Hey, hi everyone. Good morning and welcome to our live stream. Hope you all are doing great. USA, Wang, Surendran, Prashant, good to see you all. Good morning. Happy Monday morning. Hope your weekend was good. Mark, good to see you. Welcome back. Back from Kuala Lumpur. Nice. MT, Danny, good to see you. Blaze, welcome. So, yeah, we are short. Um, at least the gap was filled in one of the market. QQQs. Pi has still little bit of downward pressure. We want to stay short because if we went down in the overnight session, what did we achieve on the downside? So far nothing. So I'll tell you as that something gets achieved on the downside later in the day, but as of now we went down, achieved nothing. We still have little bit of doubt. We might get one more rotation down for something to get tagged on the downside. And don't worry, it's not tech. So tech is fine. It's not about tech so far this week. It's more about financial and the banks. Financials were weak. They are still down 1%. I think they will put a little bit more downward pressure on SPY. I am sure you are aware of the news. Happened overnight. I think there was a press release from Jerome Powell. There is some criminal indictment on Powell for the Fed building expenses and whatnot. Bond market, financial markets are very worried about the inflation, about the interest rate, about whatever, like US dollar value, all tied to Fed
Spot
policies.
silver gains over 7%.
I don't think it's a big risk because Powell was anyway going to be around for next 2 months only. We'll see. Now Dow is going up. Yeah. And there is a divergence, right? Rotation between the sectors, rotation between Dow, Russell, Nasdaq, and ES. When Nasdaq ES goes up, Dow Russell goes down, Dow Russell goes up, Nasdaq ES backs off. Kasti, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Naveen, good to see you. Yeah, he's there for next two Fed meetings. Powell's term will be over after the next two Fed meeting. Third Fed meeting would be chaired by a new Fed president. So we have been in this short for a while. It's a patience testing short trade. And does it have potential of full-fledged flush into the view up? It is. As I mentioned, right? If we move down, something must be achieved on the downside. Banks will start to report earning tomorrow onwards. Financial still has some distance to cover on the downside. If they came close, but maybe one more rotation and they test the double bottom, probably make a push for the lower edge before the earnings, or maybe tomorrow with the earnings they will be here. We'll see. We have to keep eye on financial. As I mentioned, right? See, markets are very smart, intelligent, forward-looking. The only risk from the overnight session, the reason for sell is financials because of Powell news, whatnot. Tech is still a range-bound play. My expectation of the short is again small range-bound, small scalp. We'll see. If things get more south, more bearish, then I'll talk very bearish about the market. As of now, it is just a scalp. Might get it, might not get it. Entry is bad for sure, as it keeps bouncing from my whatever like entry point. No wonder you chose 82 short. It's a bad entry. It's okay. The range is small. Gold is unstoppable. Yeah. VIX is up 6%. So there is, volatility in this market. VIX is, especially I think because of the ES financial, is showing the risk on mode. This Nasdaq is not much affected by this financial news. They are, in fact, they might cherish Powell's removal or whatever. More rate cut helps Russell, more rate cut helps Nasdaq, highly leveraged tech stocks. Interest rate being lowered helps with their profitability, borrowing costs, refinancing cost of their mortgages. Yeah, gold has hit our weekly expected move upper edge. As we speak, it is sitting right at our weekly expected move upper edge. That's our weekly. That's where they decided to make a run from last Friday's finish straight into that area. Volume has already dried. That is the reason why this is so torturing to watch. For plotting, you need volume in the market. You need at least big range. Small range, it's tough to bring the market down with lower volume. Then why are you short? This short is just a scalp. We didn't knew. We shorted much long ago, and it just went into that, stuck in that range for very long now. We shorted, I think, long back. So it's okay. We are just using patience to beat the market. If you can't beat them, join them. This is not even worth joining them. They are not doing much on the upside also. Then sit on your hands. Sure, after this trade I will. Okay. Oh my goodness. Doo-doo-dum, dum-dum, dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. This is like very torturing.
CoreWeave shares rising 9.7% to 1 month high.
My goodness.
NATO asks Turkey for air policing warplanes ahead of schedule. So NATO has asked Turkey to contribute F-16 fighters to the alliance's Baltic air policing mission in 2026, several months earlier than its scheduled rotation. So the proposed 4-month rotation in Estonia from August to December comes as NATO steps up defenses after Russian violations of its airspace, according to people familiar with the matter.
Yeah, this is seriously low today so far. Very dull. Only one move at the open, and after that, nothing much has happened. Russell going back to the midpoint. Dow Jones next in line. ES, Nasdaq sideways. man. Yes, going for the gap fill. Russell gap fill almost done. To be honest, I'm not worried on this short that this market will blast past previous session highs into all-time highs. I'm not that worried yet on this short. I mean, I can add one more contract. Let's see what this top of the hour brings. Actually, I had 3 contracts. I just booked 1 contract in profit, so I don't mind recycling that 1 contract. I'm not worried on this short. I don't see this as a runaway market where if you don't stay long, you'll miss out on a tremendous opportunity or something like that. Yes, there is the new session high in making for some of this market. As we speak, Russell turned just positive. May have a run at the all-time high Russell. Dow still has distance to cover 90 points for it to turn green. Here's ES attempt to turn green. I'm going to stay short here, stay patient. Yeah, so Russell pumping into a new session high, turned green just now. Dow may also fill the gap. And hopefully we get a rotation down in Nasdaq. There's still some divergence out there in the market. I can add one more contract, but I'll have to scalp that one out quickly. It is.
US listed shares of copper miners rise on higher red metal prices. Rio Tinto up 1.8% and BHP up 2.3%.
Top of the hour. Nasdaq going for the gap fill. No, I'm not worried, guys. I'm not worried still that this might break out significantly towards the upside. Not worried.
Seeing the Nasdaq turning higher, last up 0.1%.
Wait. Indefinite wait. So US fills the gap. Russell gap fill was done already. Dow and Nasdaq are behind. Come on, man. Let's bring it home. Range is getting smaller, tighter. Nasdaq pushing for the gap fill.
Google just confirms that Apple and Google entered into a multi-year collaboration. Remember, you already had headlines from CNBC just stating this here, but Google just stating it here themselves. And Google confirms new Apple Foundation models to be based on Gemini. Fitch Ratings says Bitcoin-backed securities carry high market value risk.
They may push for
We have
the
put out the
session high
piece
now.
from Fitch Ratings. Again, Bitcoin-backed securities carry high market value risk. On the feel free to read through.
Volume is very light, will be very, even if it comes down, it is going to be a slow decline. Volume is very light right now. Going for the session high Nasdaq. ES just printed session highs.
Fed bids for 3-year notes total $16.9 billion. And Fed bids for 6-month bills total $2.5 billion.
So these breakouts are not with a huge volume and lot of big range. Difficult to judge. Gold hits the upper level, yes. This is so slow, man. How to trade this slow price action?
Ten minutes away from the bottom of the hour, we get the US 3-year note auction and 6-month bill auction. 3-year note prior high yield of 3.614%, prior bid cover of 2.64, with the US looking to sell $58 billion in 3-year notes. Also, the 6-month bill auction prior high yield was 3.475%, prior bid cover of 3.28, with the US looking to sell $77 billion in 6-month bills. Just doing a little bit of background and research. The Treasuries hold small losses led by the long end of the curve today, while with the Treasury set to issue $58 billion 3-year notes, and then followed by a $39 billion auction reopening at 1 p.m. This week's front-loaded auctions concluded Tuesday with a $22 billion 30-year bond reopening. Monday's sales come in the aftermath of a mixed December jobs report Friday, and Sunday's revelation of a Fed criminal investigation of the US Central Bank. So the latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 2.3 million 5-year note futures, near record amount and a possible source of covering demand.
Oh.
Five minutes ago, to get the 3-year note auction and 6-month bill auction. Prior high yield or 3.614% and prior bid cover 3-year note 2.64. 6-month bill prior high yield of 3.475%, prior bid cover 3.28. According to reports here, commodities traders Vitol, and Trafigura plan to move Venezuelan oil to storage facilities in the Caribbean.
Unbelievable, man. On Monday, if it is this slow and this interested. Well, tomorrow we have earnings. Banks will start to report earnings tomorrow onwards. So hopefully it will not be this boring. I have buffer, yeah, on this account, yes. 150k account, but these are some of them are funded account with buffer in them. I think around 8k or something I have buffer in them. This is like seriously slow.
1 minute to go now to get the one issued for the 3-year note auction. Ten seconds to the when issued. When issued 3.61%. In the Treasury, when issued 3-year yield 3.61%. 3.609% for the 3-year note auction, with the US selling $58 billion and awarding 77.54% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 14%, direct 29.5%, and indirect 56.5%. Also, the 6-month bill auction data coming through, with the US with the high rate coming in at 3.49%, awarding 42.32% of bids at high, bid cover 3.17%. And with the US also, so the US sells $77 billion of 6-month bills. So for the 3-year note, it was a stop through of 0.1 basis points. Seeing 3-year US Treasury yield holding gains after the auction, last up about 0.7 basis points.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, volume really didn't, pick up at all. We had, we didn't expect that volume will die so soon today. Literally like overnight session.
Iran is said to have sent Russia $2.7 billion worth of missiles.
Overnight session, you had news, right? Jerome Powell news and volatility. It's basically flat right now. Same, all the markets are flat. Nasdaq up 3 point, ES up 3 point, Dow Jones still down minus 60 point, can get flat. Russell is slightly in green, up 0.2%. Everyone is trading gold and silver these days. No, especially institution and big money. Nobody is interested in the ES Nasdaq. Gold, silver has a lot of movement these days. Anyway, tomorrow onwards we should see nice price action in the Nasdaq as banks and earnings kick off tomorrow onwards. The following week it would be mostly tech, Netflix, and the month end it will be all big techs. January 28, 29, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Meta, they all report. Google, Meta, I think. So yeah, Google or Alphabet surpassed Apple this morning. They hit 3.9 trillion, almost 4 trillion market cap, surpassing Apple, which is at 3.84 trillion right now. Hmm. This is so torturing. Especially when you short the market on the lower volume. I mean, we didn't know like volume will dry up this soon on Monday morning. Like this is understandable if it is on Friday afternoon or Wednesday late evening. Monday morning, like, and seeing what happened overnight, there was a lot of movement in the range, right? Overnight. Yeah, it's too slow. You need volume. You need big range for shorts to play out. In averaging down just to get break even, it's not worth wasting this many hours. I mean, you can do it on the upside. Oh my goodness, get it done. Dow Jones going for the gap fill again. The reason we got couple of red candles is because there is a divergence. Dow is taking upside route, going for the gap fill. That's why we are being blessed with few red candles. It's only a tactical rotation. It's not a sell. Oh my god. This This is so ridiculously slow. So the problem is on the lower volume, the path of least resistance is on the upside. Markets are
According to a report,
automatically
AI
going to float
tailwinds
up.
bode well for 2026 IT spending.
Totally right. This was not a sell. It was just to screw some shorts and squeeze them. Yeah, it's going to be a lucky win if it comes down. Yes, making another session high. Dow Jones going for the gap fill. Come on, Dow has still some room on the upside. Come on, Nasdaq. You can come down. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we'll have a lot of price movement in the later half also. It's going to be 40-50 pointer whole afternoon. You have to be very careful shorting the market on the lower volume. It's painful though. To wait this long, it's very painful. I can wait for hours in the long, but to wait for hours in a short, I don't have that mindset. You look at that, like they're just. Literally, we are at the hands of algorithms right now. There's no volume. It's mostly algorithms doing this electronic price action, small fluctuation, barcoding, and mostly troubling shots with those greens. Hey man, Dax, I request you. I think we had conversation the other day also. Please, can you, please, okay, request you, please. Let me trade my way. Today I'm not at all interested in getting involved with someone in the chat. Especially the other day, you were not around. The entire afternoon, the market kept selling off. There was no bounce. So I mean, you don't have any credibility, at least in my opinion. Why I would listen to you for anything? The whole afternoon you kept saying market is going up, market is going up. The whole afternoon market kept selling off. I kept shorting the market entire day. It's okay. Once in a while I'll have a losing trade. I will lose. So be it. Let me take my share of losses in the market. And I have stop loss. Not that like I'm completely going to go on tilt or something. I'm not adding. I have a trade on. I have a stop loss. I have take profit. I would appreciate if I'm allowed to do what I want to do in the market. As I mentioned, right? If I'm really looking for the help, I'll search for someone on the YouTube. I'll take their help. I'll watch there. I'll be a subscriber for them. When I analyze the market, when I take a trade, I definitely not look into the chat to see what should I do next. I'm not looking into the chat to guide me what I should be doing. I'm acknowledging, right? It's tough to get the market down on this lower volume. It will be tough. Volume suddenly dried. It is Monday morning. Volume was okay initially, first 1 hour. Second hour was also okay. Now it is literally like dried. So yeah, it's very difficult to get market down on the lower volume. I understand that. It's okay. I'll take a loss. I'll have one blown account. Dow Jones is backing off now. Nasdaq catching a bid. Dow still has some room remaining for the gap fill. Little bit room, almost came close for the gap fill. 716, 726 was the gap fill. Maybe there is one more rotation left down for Dow to go do the gap fill. Nasdaq can rotate down. But I mentioned, right, even if it happens, it is going to be a lucky escape. But so far, no luck.
As a reminder, at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, ECB's Villeroy is due to speak. US natural gas futures extend gains, prices up by 5% on record LNG export flows and colder forecast.
So keep in mind we're shortly expecting the WASD end stock numbers. WASD in just under 10 seconds now. WASD soybean end stocks 350 million, 350 million, higher than forecast 298 million. Cotton at 4 spot 2 million, 4 spot 2, lower than forecast 4 spot 6. Wheat end stocks 926 million, 926 million, higher than forecast 900 million. And corn end stocks at 2 spot 227 billion, 2 spot 227 billion, which is higher than forecast 1 spot 969 billion.
According to CNN, Machado is to meet Trump on Thursday. So that's CNN citing senior White House official on Trump and Machado meeting.
Yes. I think ES all-time high is just 4 or 3 points away. I know.
Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei says Iran's gatherings supporting the government is a warning to the US.
Excuse me.
According to New York Times, the US deal with Taiwan would include TSMC. It's furthest from this article, then the trade deal would cut tariffs and include commitment from Taiwanese Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, the island's chip giant, to build more manufacturing plants in the US. So the Trump administration is completing a trade deal with Taiwan that would reduce tariffs on the island's exports and commit its largest chip maker, TSMC, to invest significantly more in the US, according to 3 people familiar with the matter. And we have put out the article on the feed for you to read through.
Waste of day.
Did see some movement towards the upside off the back of that headline on TSMC. Further from the New York Times, the US-Taiwan deal would cut import tariffs to 15%. So prior to this, so currently the tariff rate for Taiwan is 20%. further from the article, the US-Taiwan trade deal could be announced this month.
Dow, Russell, ES having a small pullback, Nasdaq still the strongest of all. And 49.30, that is what maximum I see. So at least this market has not run away, like as I'm mentioning, right? I'm not very worried. Like we didn't explode like another 100, 150 points, something like that on the upside. Very slow, dull market. But there's also saying do not short the dull market because you can be stuck in that trade for hours. Like we are in this short for at least 2-3 hours now. We have been shorts just after the open. Been adding, removing few contracts, 1 or 2 here and there, but overall we are still net short without much success. More than success, it's a waste of time, right? It just we could have just done nothing instead of waiting in a trade.
According to shipping data, 2 China-flagged supertankers were navigating toward Venezuela to pick up debt-paying oil cargoes, making a U-turn.
Dow coming back down, ES coming back down. Little bit, not much. From 712 to 707, 5 points on ES.
Bank of France's Villeroy, ECB's Villeroy, says one doesn't change a winning monetary policy. We have won the battle against inflation. ECB's Villeroy speaking in Paris at the moment. Iran says it may evacuate staff if the UK can't protect mission. Villeroy adds that barring an unlikely shock, the possibility of an ECB rate hike in 2026 is a fanciful theory. Villeroy adds that the ECB is agile faced with downside inflation risks. Villeroy adds that France could find itself in the danger zone with markets if budget deficit remains over 5% of GDP.
Yeah, experience like 10, 15 weeks in a row. Yeah. So here when the gold was on this rally, it achieved weekly expected move upper edge of the week on Sunday night itself. Every Sunday night it rallied like that, or at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks in a row. Yeah, it can happen. Like here, achieved just on Sunday night itself. And the markets are breaking out, they don't wait. But this market is not breaking out. This is still under pressure. This is still capable of converging. I'm not worried on Nasdaq yet. Like gold, we are not like shorting a very strong breakout market. Just because of the volume being lighter, we are not able to get back towards the bottom end of this range. And it's going to be tight throughout the afternoon. It's going to be very tight, small range. But yeah, to answer your question, it can happen. It can happen in one session, not even one day. It can happen in one session, like overnight session or US session or London session. When they have clarity, they don't wait for entire week. That's why we have experts level. That's why we have masters level, new paradigm level. So once the weekly is achieved, you double the weekly for the 2 deviation move. And also use your experts level, masters level, new paradigm level to trade the market.
Surely expected to hear from Fed's Bostic, who moderates discussion with Jeffrey Sprecher. And no text expected, but there is a Q&A with audience. We have put out the video on the feed for you to watch. Again, no text expected, but Q&A with moderated Q&A.
If I were not short here, I don't think I would have gone long in this market. I don't think I would have just taken no trade, but I don't think I would long this market. I still feel like short was the right decision, but just there's no volume. It's completely dried on volume. Yeah, that's what I would have done if I were not in this short for last 3 hours. I would have not taken any trade. Just waited for VWAP or something.
Participating in a fireside chat at an event organized by the NC Chamber of North Carolina Bankers Association. No text is expected, but there's a Q&A with moderator, and there is no live stream. It is an in-person paid event.
Again, the volume is missing. I'm not sure like how much leg this move has got. I doubt like another 20 point maximum, 49 to 29 area maximum. Possibility of bouncing bit at right at 38.40, which is the again like Nasdaq turns negative and goes back positive again. Excuse me.
And I goes to the Q&A with Fed's Bostic. 5 minutes ago until we're expected to hear from Fed Spark, and again, no text is expected. There is a Q&A, but there's no live stream for the in-person paid event. Fed bids for 10 years total $11.4 billion. Also, the Fed bids for 3-month bills total $2.8 billion. White House official says Trump will meet with Venezuela's Machado on Thursday. So a reminder, earlier on you had a headline from CNBC citing a senior White House official that Venezuela's Machado is to meet with Trump on Thursday. Also 10 minutes away until we get the 10-year note auction with prior high yield of 4.175%, prior bid cover of 2.55, with the US looking to sell $39 billion in 10-year notes reopening. Also, with the 3-month bill prior high yield of 3.54%, prior bid cover of 2.84, the US looking to sell $86 billion in 3-month bills. So looking at some background then for the 10-year note auction, the reopening of the $39 billion 10-year note following a solid 3-year sale earlier, which stopped marginally through the when issued yield at the bidding deadline. The auctions are delivered against a backdrop of markets trimming Fed interest rate cut pricing after Friday's NFP and Sunday's news of Fed criminal investigations of the Fed. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 262k ultra 10-year note futures and net short 916k 10-year note futures, potential sources of covering demand for the auction. So on an outright basis, 10-year yields have drifted towards cheap end on the narrow 4.1% to 4.21% range back to the start of December, which may attract some end user demand. Yields have broadly failed to meaningfully extend through a 4.2% level, which has held since the start of September. Prior 10-year reopenings have been broadly solid, with only one of the past 6 tailing the when issued. The reopenings seen in April, June, July, and September all stopped through the when issued by an average of 1.3 basis points.
It looks like entire day will be lost today with no good price action.
5 minutes ago, to get the 10-year note and 3-month bill auction data. 10-year yield prior was 4.75%, prior bid cover 2.55%. 3-month high yield prior was 3.54%, prior bid cover 2.84%. Fitch Ratings says the yen is expected to recover moderately from historical lows.
To be honest, I don't think this is going to get any better for next 3 hours or 2 hours. Basically, it's almost 1 p.m. 2, 3. Maybe
From
the
this,
last
they
1 hour.
say they expect the
give
yen to appreciate
anything.
moderately in 2026, but for it to remain historically weak.
Nothing is going to change for next 2 hours. I'm sorry. There's no
They believe
conviction
dollar yen
in this
160
market
remains
right
an
now.
important focus for the Japanese authorities. That there is some scope for appreciation as monetary policy normalizes, while other central banks in major economies either cut rates or leave them at current levels. They expect the yen to appreciate by 6% against the dollar this year, the largest expected appreciation against the US currency among Fitch 20 currencies.
Look, it is going to break out. It is going to take out previous high. Apart from the 10 point. I am not able to see anything more than that 10 points above.
We have put out the piece for you in the feed for you to read through as well. One minute to go now to get the winning sheet for the 10-year note reopening. Ten seconds. 4.18%, 4.18% for the Treasury when issued.
Four spot 173%, 4.173%, bid to cover 2.55, 2.55, the US selling 39 billion and awarding 93.1% of bids at high. US awards 5.8% to primary dealers, 69.6% to indirect bidders, and 24.5% to direct bidders. US 3-month auction, high yield 3.57%, 3.57%, bid to cover 2.79, 2.79, the US selling 86 billion. Awarding 12.52% of bids at high. Seeing the US 10-year note auction, a stop through by 0.7 basis points.
Yeah, you got the session high, but by how many points? So far, from the previous high of 74, you got 78. So 4 points breakout on the Nasdaq. I'm not saying that short is the right thing to do here, but just stuck in a trade. That's the reality. I'm stuck in a trade, but I wouldn't go long this market. As I mentioned, all we got here is a 4-pointer. From 74 you got 78, maybe 80, and that's always has some volume. Previous top over here, Beyond that, yes, you could start rallying. I have a stop loss as I mentioned, right? Okay. I can get relieved of my misery on this short, but beyond this is where you can expect some buyers to step in. But up to this point was my limit. As we start to break this 80s, I am okay to get a losing trade. Yeah, you're below this 80s, you can get back in the range. Painful range, slow range.
White House Press Secretary Leavitt, speaking on Fox News, says Trump tomorrow is touring the Ford factory.
Dow about to do the gap fill.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse repo operation.
Shall we look into gold? I don't think we are going to get anything, even if we keep staring entire afternoon now. I don't think we are going to get anything out of, at least I won't get anything out of Nasdaq ES, because I wouldn't go long in that kind of a creeping, crawling 5 point, 10 point breakout high kind of a price action. Look at that, each of these breakout barely like here from 70s you got 80s. Especially having lost shorting this, I don't think I'll attempt a long here. If it comes back here, we'll consider going long. Or I can jump back in the same trade. I got stopped out, still not like a breakout, but it's okay. I mean, instead of being that stubborn, let's see if we can find an opportunity in gold. It's a risky product. You know what, then let's either do micro gold futures. I don't have a lot of experience trading gold, but that is the only thing which is moving today. Nasdaq. Wait, I don't know, guys. You guys are trading well
11
today.
counterparties take free spot 402 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
I have few blown accounts today. Evaluation funded account I did not trade. In Apex I made $600. Funded accounts $670.
Google and Apple
Most of the
entered
funded
into a
account I did not
multi-year
trade today.
pact.
And I have a couple of blown evaluation with that short. This is what we suspected, right? I had 91, I think I had my stop loss.
So a bit more further
92 is the
info,
high
Apple
so
and
far.
Google have entered into a multi-year
There's no
collaboration
commitment here.
under which the next generation of Apple foundation models will be based on Google Gemini models and cloud technology. Those models will help power future Apple intelligence features, including a more personalized Siri coming this year. White House Press Secretary Leavitt says Trump believes in independence of the Fed.
You guys are awake, sleeping.
White House Press Secretary Levitt says they are continuing to iron out energy deals with big oil. German Finance Minister Klingbeil says price floor and partnerships were discussed as options to secure rare earths.
All-time high on ES. Yeah, it's all-time high on ES. All-time high on Russell might also be coming.
White House Press Secretary Levitt says Trump doesn't have a timeline for acquiring Greenland.
I'm stuck in a catch-22 situation, guys. As I mentioned, I lost shorting the market. My hands won't work here to go long. Generally, I'm good long trader. But this creeping, crawling price action and seeing that overnight, there was some reason we came down. I would just wait and watch on the sidelines. I don't think I can go long here. Again, we made a new high by few points, like previous high at 92. Right now the current high is like 97, just below 26,000 level. Not like a good plan. I don't know. Shorting is not advisable. Lower volume, lighter volume market will keep grinding higher. Then why were you short? My short was there since last 3 hours, guys. I usually hold my trade bit longer. Even if it is a lighter volume, we could have creeped, crawled our way back into the VWAP. Didn't happen. It's okay, I lost. But that, as I mentioned, that short was carried from the open. We shorted right from the open. From that spot, we were short. We had added few, taken few out, added few more, taken some, added, taken
Chairman
some,
Finance
finally
Minister
lost it.
Klingbeil says there was no reaction from China to the G7 meeting.
Overall, obviously a losing trade, blown account, few evaluations. I think 2 or 3 evaluation I have blown with that.
And German Finance
Trade.
Minister Klingbeil says discussions on price floors has just started. We need to check the details.
But yeah, now that we know, I wouldn't make that mistake of shorting this dull, lower volume, creeping, crawling market, which is at the all-time high. Especially I just read out, right? ES at all-time high. And Dow Jones also approaching all-time highs. Russell approaching all-time highs. We have gold open here just in case. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we can short this. I wanted to short this. Maybe I missed it. I was waiting for small pop to short gold. So just 2 micros. Yeah, 4600.
And that concludes White House Press Secretary Leavitt's comments to reporters.
Yeah, Nasdaq still in 80s, below 26k level. Russell approaching all-time highs.
Senior Canadian officials say fair to expect progress but not definitive elimination of canola tariffs during China visit.
Yeah, we need some volatility in this market. Excuse me. So looks like we are going to get stopped out on gold as well. Yeah. Will I add? I can add one more. Nasdaq back below 80s. Yeah, back below 80s. Like from 97 into 80s. Yet to cross 26k. So for sure, not my day today. I don't think we'll win on gold as well here. Nasdaq, although is coming down, just I was sized too much. Like if I had kept the correct sizing, which is 1 or 2 maximum for my comfort, I would have still been short, and maybe we could have got that lucky. Yeah, I would use the word lucky because this market is slow crawl with lower volume upside. Any dip will be a lucky stop loss run through. Yeah, but yeah, again, like I don't see myself. Look at that amount of time and patience someone must have needed. The only thing works best in this is your portfolio. Your portfolio could be up a little bit with this crawl into all-time highs. Yeah, it's 26k more or less, but I can't today. It's not going to be my day today to push or try to push hard, especially in this price action, right? If there was two-way price action fluctuations, maybe I get one wrong, one right. But if there is no movement and you got one wrong, yeah, there's no 3 strikes on a day like today. You had 1 strike, there's no recovery. When there is no movement in the market, there's no recovery. And this, I think I started to warn you, it's not going to change for next 2 hours also. I started to warn you around 12:31. I don't, to be honest, again, another 2 hours, I don't think it, until 3 p.m. there's nothing going to change in this price action. That's why we wanted to have a little bit of scratch in gold. Even that is not going to play out for me today. Yeah, I'm not, like, as I mentioned, right? Couple of casualty, 2-3 accounts in the evaluation. I did not even trade my funded account today fully. Yeah, no, zero. I 600. Yeah, with Apex I'm at 670. Basically that first trade, right? I got one evaluation and couple of funded account there. Blown few evaluations. 400 in one of the accounts with Tradify. There were not many opportunities today, especially. And gold, guys, I have no experience in trading intraday gold. I don't do well with products I don't have any experience in. That's why I like to stick mostly to Nasdaq or ES. But today I don't see any opportunity with this tight range. Well, look at that, completely flat here for a couple of hours, flat here for another hour. It's I think because of the all-time highs, the volume is not there. As we speak, Russell approaching all-time highs. Yes, as I mentioned, right, already at the all-time high. But look at that, like not breaking out as such, right? Look at that previous here on Friday also all-time high by like a tick or two. Today also yet to cross. Maybe after crossing there will be some volume. We'll see. Russell approaching all-time highs. Dow approaching all-time highs. Nasdaq still in the downtrend here, converging range, right? Converging, it's getting tighter. Dow traders, you have to be a little bit careful because the range there is expanding, and in this kind, like in the down moment, it would be bit more harsher in the Dow whenever it happens, or Russell for that matter, also in that expanding range here. So the downturn, whenever it comes, it's going to be a bit more deeper. PS is fine. PS is again converging towards the upside and ready to break out mostly on the upside. So as I mentioned, right, not a very shocking decision why I shorted the market today. It had weakness yesterday. Sometimes there can be double bottom.
Meta shares slipped 1% as the company to establish Meta Compute initiative to build gigawatt scale capacity.
Yeah, sometimes there can be, like here in the morning, as I mentioned, that short we had initiated, and I had got some break even, right? I had got some break even. I averaged down. There were some break even I didn't take, and then I got stopped out here. It could still come back to our midpoint here. If I was positioned appropriately, I would have at least got some break evens. But past is past. But yeah, if someone is mistaken that I was absolutely wrong in shorting the market, no, it's fine. You have overnight lows here. We could have rejected this and we could have come back for the double bottom if there were volume, but the volume kept dying, as I mentioned it. I think throughout this short I kept at least highlighting that the volume continues to dip, and as the volume dies down, the chances of market coming down is very less. Market does come down like this if the volume picks up. The volume is totally missing, absent here, negative, and path of least resistance on lower volume is on the upside. That being said, it's still on the card to get back to the midpoint where we left off last Friday, and we could finish flat for the day. But this unfinished business of double bottom or a new low, I don't know. Tomorrow we have banks, and generally will be fine. Financial. So what created the doubt, right? Generally I tell you, right, I am looking at few things which are telling me that this could dip lower. So what I was looking at, to be honest, tech was not a candidate. In my members discussion, I clearly said tech does not look like a downside candidate. They were all like in the pre-market, they were starting to creep up, so they were going to go for the midpoint. But look at that, they are not like flying high. This Microsoft reached the midpoint and backing off. Apple, you can see, right, little bit above it, into it, following the Nasdaq. Nvidia got a bid. That is the reason why we got stopped out. Nvidia
According to
fluctuated,
Axios,
now is starting to
Besant
catch a
told
bid.
Trump that Powell probe creates a mess.
Google is basically flat, not much. Amazon, you can see, right, basically flat, not much. Meta, you can see, right, in fact Meta is at least
So
negative.
a bit more further
here.
info into this article from Axios. A perturbed Treasury
So
Secretary
Tesla
Scott
got a bid.
Bessent told President Trump
And
late
Broadcom, right? Broadcom,
Sunday
I think I
that the federal
highlighted.
investigation into the Federal Reserve chair made a mess and could be bad for financial markets. Two sources familiar with the call told Axios.
Anyway, so this is mostly flat looking finish. Right now we are up 0.17, Nasdaq 0.14 on ES. Dow Jones is completely flat. Russell is up. Russell has all-time highs. That's the reason why. Nasdaq is stuck in the 80s and 90s, not breaking past 26,000.
According to Axios, Bessent didn't question need for a Powell investigation and wasn't defending the Fed chair in his talks with Trump.
So this is our gold shot waiting to get stopped out there, or once the flush lower, you can take that as well.
The S&P 500 hits intraday record high, last up 0.2%. According to an API chief, workforce security policy reform needs to be in place in Venezuela for US oil industry to move in.
Let's check on our gold. What's going on with that gold trade? Still there. What a gold is back. No, not for me. But yeah, what a sluggish day. The weather is also like really bad here. Very gloomy weather. Markets are also gloomy. Just heard right? ES makes an intraday record high with what? 0.16%. So yeah, guys, it is that kind of a day where at least you can see, right? I'm not desperate. I told you, right? I lost, but that lost trade was before, you can see, right? Before anything. Like we have sense, right? This at this point we knew, right? This is going to be crawl, creepy kind of all-time highs for ES. We were short right over here at the open, and we tried to manage the trade. We were fine, and then I gave it up. Seeing that it's another 2 hours, nothing going to happen. And then at least one good thing I have done is not, got desperate, right? I have to, somehow win today. I have to have a big day. I have to have PS account in profit. No, there's no price. We are only as good as the markets are. If the markets are not good today, sluggish, crawl, there's no point in trying hard here.
According to the API chief, US Oil Trade Group is working with the administration to fill strategic petroleum reserve.
Nasdaq back in 70s. Oh my god, this is, I told you, right? It's going to get extended next 2 hours. I clearly gave you a signal at around 1 that don't expect anything to get better in next 3 hours. At least I'm happy. As I mentioned, I'm not trying too hard. I'm relaxed, I'm chilled, I'm walking around. So gold is not getting help. It's a little bit reverse. When Nasdaq comes down, gold goes up. When Nasdaq goes up, maybe gold pulls back a little bit. So this, what a small down movement we are getting in Nasdaq, is not helping gold. So top of the hour, guys, be careful. Gold going back up, so we will get stopped out here. Top of the hour, it is headed high. But you guys see, right? We got stopped out here at 91, but it has come down. So it's okay. Just mess today with my trades. But this market did not run away. It was not a runaway market to be, scared of. It was a creeping, crawling, begging kind of all-time high. And if Nasdaq breaks previous high by like 5 points or 3 points, there's some issue. Nasdaq breakout are generally 100, 150, 200 point kind of a move. It's just flat looking market. Nasdaq right now up 0.14%, ES up 0.15%, Dow Jones up 0.03%. Russell is the only one which is at least in a good shape, up 0.4%, and gold obviously up 2.65%. This going down means Nasdaq will have an uptick. Nasdaq finally backing off. Prashant laughing that you cannot be, or I cannot be part of that shot after having waited entire day. See, the thing is, again, the problem is there is no volume. The moment I will get shot or participate in this, it is going to, stop moving down. It is going to creep for next remaining 1.5 hour back up. No volume, guys. That's the problem. There won't be any. I mean, this is what I wanted, right? When I was short, like, yeah, at some point it starts creeping down. Somehow it will crawl. I can be patient 2-3 hours in a trade. We had similar kind of a small rotations here as well. But yeah, one of those rotation can, come all the way back down also. Yeah, if I go long, it will be with one contract only. One contract, no addition, no deletion. $81.50. Gold.
Musk on Apple and Google collaboration says seems like an unreasonable concentration of power for Google, given that they also have Android and Chrome.
Gold stopped out. Yeah. Yeah, we got stopped out on gold.
Bergam says low oil prices an opportunity to fill SPR. So currently US Interior Secretary Bergam is speaking on CNBC.
Big loss day. Where are you also shorting the market?
US Interior Secretary Burgum says we need to bring more natural gas online, producing electricity to help meet the demand. US House Speaker Mike Johnson says he intends to let the Fed Chair Powell investigation play out and not jump to conclusions. Interior Secretary Burgum says we think we're seeing a historic shift where OPEC's power is going to be diminished. According to the Wall Street Journal, US is weighing Iran's offer for diplomacy. Just a bit more further info into this article from the Wall Street Journal. The White House is weighing a last-ditch Iranian offer to engage in diplomacy over curbing its nuclear program, even as President Trump currently leans towards authorizing fresh military strikes on Iran. This is according to a US official. We have posted the article on the feed for those interested.
26K, come on.
According to Democratic Senator Warren, told Trump Congress could pass credit card rate cap.
Everyone is quiet today. Yeah, because even if you are long, right, there were like you have to be like very good with your entries and small take profits. Because especially after that first one leg up to here, first 20 minutes is what were the most maximum, and that was mostly institutions squeezing the shorts. Like whoever was short overnight, they were taking profit, or people who were getting short after seeing this, they for sure had some Fibonacci retracements going on here. That's why I said, right, I'm happy. If we shorted here. Okay, I had a couple of break even I didn't take. At least I waited for pullback to go long here. Difficult to short the market in this lower volume. If I did not have that short from the open, I would not have shorted the market. Especially on this volume, I don't like to short. I was in that hopium category today. I hope somehow it comes down, but it never happens like that. Especially on that day, it won't. Next day, yes, it can come down. Next day is a different story. That day, if it is like pushed up and volume gone, you're stuck in shorts. Yeah, no way. Long was also, as I mentioned, right, one contract, tight stop loss, tight take profit, I can do that. Short, no way. I don't think I will be shorting the market into end of the day. And I told you, right, until 3 p.m. nothing is going to change. We are almost now 2:30. Nothing has still changed. We are still in that 80s, 90s. Briefly, we dipped into 60s. That's why I went long. And we are back into 80, 90s, just below 26K. I don't think, since 12:30 we knew this. Until 3 p.m. nothing is going to change. And nothing has changed since 12:30 p.m. now. There's no huge down movement. There is no huge up movement. We are stuck in that 80s, 90s. So you need, even for the retail, right, no matter you are short or long, you need little bit range. You need fluctuations in the market to make money, because nobody chases the freak long and then stays long unless there is a momentum catalyst, more good news coming out. There's the push for your 26K. So last few days Nasdaq has actually, I don't know, has really betrayed us. So the thing is, if we love trading Nasdaq is because it fluctuates more, right? It has a big range, it moves big, right? Pick up any days, right? It will have a good, either a trend going on or good volatility. It's like stuck. This market lagging generally is not a good thing, right? You want Nasdaq to be leading the markets into all-time highs, because obviously it's big tech, right? Go and check. It's big tech which always likes to run the show, right? S&P 500 or Nasdaq. It's big tech which needs to rally, and this is, I don't know, like maybe next week we'll have that breakout on the upside. We need good Nasdaq price action, right? That sets the tone. Others market, they can trade around Nasdaq. Because when ES, like, what are you trying to say? What I'm trying to say is when ES is leading the market, like ES making all-time highs, and this is what we get, right? What we see today in the market, like, especially if you miss that one candle right here. If you miss this one candle, yeah, good luck, hanging on to that creeping long. But yeah, if this was for Nasdaq, making all-time highs, it would have been a very different story. There have been, like, a lot of momentum, big, whatever, like, at least it would have been more fun to trade the market. ES making all-time high, leading the rally. Yeah, all-time high by 3 points. 3 points all-time high. Yeah, I'm not joking. This is Friday's all-time high. This is 7,017, and here that 7,017 was taken out by 7,1875. So all-time high taken out by 6 ticks. Impatient. ES is banking on financial banks earning, I think, tomorrow. They are expecting a huge profits for the banks. Look at financials. Banks, they start to report earnings, and they backed off today, right? Today is the only down day, but they have been, like, at least they also went into all-time high last week. Where is my cursor? Financials at all-time high. Hopefully tomorrow after the bank's earning again pushes higher. ES will continue to make new all-time highs if bank earnings are good tomorrow. I think it is trying to break out. There could be a good 3-4% push up. So what's going on with these guys? Visa,
Onto a reporter on
Mastercard.
X, a bipartisan delegation of lawmakers led by Senator Chris Coons is headed to Greenland to meet with high-ranking Danish officials and business leaders.
It's down today 1.68% Visa. Mastercard. This interest rate cut for their credit card is not a good thing. 1.8% down, flat basically. American Express, XP. Yeah, it took a big hit today, down 4.3. Yeah, and that's one of the reason why financials. Did it impact banks as well? Yeah, banks must be down as well, right? Because they are the one who issue those credit card. JP Morgan down 1.9. Bank of America.
NYMEX WTI crude settles at $59.50
Bank
a
of
barrel,
East Africa.
up 38 cents or 0.64%.
That is
NYMEX
going.
gasoline February futures settle at around $1.79 a gallon. NYMEX diesel February futures settle at around $2.15 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas February
BAC,
futures
okay.
settle at around $3.40.
Yeah, they are all down today. Banks. It's well above 1.5%, 4% American Express. So in the bank, the only bank I like in US is JP Morgan. That is the only bank I would buy if I buy ever any stocks of. That's the only one bank. Group. Citigroup is down 3.4. Okay, there's the push for 26k. Yeah, finally we have tagged 26k.
We have posted the article from AP News on the feed for those interested. Pfizer CEO says the White House is willing to help on foreign drug prices. According to CBS News, the US allows Mexico to provide oil to Cuba despite Trump's vow to cut off supply. We have posted the article from CBS News on the feed for those interested. Brent crude futures settle at $63.87 a barrel, up 53 cents or 0.84%.
So 3 o'clock coming up. No huge moves today, but we have managed to reach 26k, 26,000 level. You might get something in the last 15-20 minutes maybe. Nothing, no, I don't think anyone would like to short this. I wouldn't like to short this. But yeah, after 3 p.m. anything can happen now. At least until 3 p.m. nothing was going to happen. So between now 3 to 4 something can happen. So an eventful day, guys. so, so guys, let me know. If you have any questions, any doubt, or anything you want to ask. Is there anything we can do together? Integrations. Very quiet today. Long or short? At least I gave you the fixed time frame, right? Until 3 p.m. Don't expect anything. Like, if you're expecting, I had a short, I told you, right? Whatever, like, not going to happen, and don't short it. Nothing is going to happen until 3 p.m. 3 p.m. also, I don't know, it's not something, huge down movement I'm looking for. Just it's going to be, I don't know, like maybe a small pullback, some profit taking at the end of the day, but there's nothing. Estimated close price today. Well, you know it, right? You have your master's level. This is where we are, right now, sitting right at master's level. So at least level is never a problem, right? Even if I fail today, it's my own stupidity, right, to like somehow expect the volume will step in. But the levels have worked like a charm. This was the last opportunity I had to exit break even. Levels have held and we are sitting right at the level, so I can never blame our levels for my bad trading or bad output. Levels are doing their job. If market was trending, it was guided perfectly by our level into end of the day, which is 26,017 is our level, and which is the reason why I think someone asked Prashant, right, should it reverse from 6 that 17, and no, it's meant to be there by end of the day. Worst case scenario, we come back to this spot 980. US finishing at all-time highs. Russell finishing at all-time highs. Gold has backed off. Although
US
we got
regulators
stopped
say
out,
credit risk
it
for
again
big
rotated
bank
back
loans
down.
still moderate.
Dow Jones finishing at all-time highs. Top of the hour, guys, 3 p.m. So yeah, nothing has happened. 3 p.m. has reached and we are at 26k 17, our master's level I just showed you. Could it go more higher? Yeah, it can happen. And the most lowest could be 980. What is most highest it could go? Another 50 points.
According to a Politico report on X, House GOP leaders plan to put the next funding package up for a vote Wednesday night, per sources.
Mm. What a day, guys. Gold is backing off. Again, as I said, not my day today. We tried to short, it just stopped us and again came back down now. Look at that Nasdaq. Nothing has changed until 3 now. Absolutely nothing. Gold coming right back down. Is there a long? It's after hours now. The settlement is done in gold. 4 area. Might have a long here, small scalp in gold. At least you were warned nothing will happen until end of the day, 3 p.m. and nothing has happened. Market held, it's still around that 26k mark. It didn't break out into a significant rally. It didn't sell off into VWAP. Nothing happened. Three major markets, Dow Jones, Russell, ES, all finishing at all-time high, just like Friday. Here's your ES finishing at all-time highs. Right, ES at all-time
BlackRock's
highs.
Rick Ryder says stories on meeting with Trump on the Fed roll are reasonably
Dow
accurate.
Jones almost at all-time highs. Should be there by tomorrow morning, but it's almost there. It's like at least the body of the candle is in line with the all-time highs. There was wick here, small wick here. Technically, it's all-time highs. Russell, you can see, right? Almost at all-time high.
BlackRock's CIO Rick Ryder says the Fed has to get the interest rate down to 3%. He's currently speaking in a CNBC interview.
Yeah, we will have no life until this happens. Until this happens, either in the Russell or in the Dow, we'll have this kind of a boring sessions. Yeah, this is the only scenario I see. Like, something one morning we wake up and we get this kind of a expansion in the range. We go down, or here in the Dow, that was Dow, in the Russell. We come here, we have this double bottom, we rally somehow, like I don't know, like a double bottom here and maybe a flush, something like that. So it's going to be boring next few sessions, especially with this bank earnings starting tomorrow. Less chances of sell-off. Generally, earnings season market grinds higher with the reports. Even if there is a drop, there could be a drop in one or two names which are affected by their earnings. And economy has been doing well, right? This at least job numbers are showing that the economy was strong last quarter. There were rate cuts as well. One, I think, at least two. That is the reason why this dull all-time high are always boring. The only excitement for a day trader is when we have some volatility, when market fluctuates, when there is mispricing, when there is a confusion. That is where it is a good two-way price action for us to make money. If it is going to be grind higher, good luck shorting the market. You just saw me in that short trade. It can be really frustrating. That's why in general I hate shorting the market. Unless I had, like, if that short was not from the open, I would not have shorted. That's not my style to short all-time highs. we can play chess next two sessions. Why not? I can play as an anonymous if you want now. Let's play anonymous, maybe a 3-minute game. Come on, white. Is really after that pawn. goodness. Okay. Sometimes you meet such players, right, who are really obsessed. Like his ego or their ego will be satisfied only if they get this pawn now. Let's put some pressure here. Let's tease. Tease. You play chess, USA? Let's put some pressure on this. Horse. Hey, we got it ghoda in Hindi. What do you call knight, bishop. Okay. At least took the attention of this pawn by bringing it here. Let's block the root of this rook. Okay, here we have check. I can only get no. Can I escape from here? No. This one, there you go. Master move. Queen is gone. Pressure. Cannot kill the pawn. I told you it's an ego game. It's all about this pawn. This guy, because of the ego, he wanted to get this pawn. Ended up losing the queen now. Cannot have ego in this game. Just like our trading, I showed some ego with my shot. But we are running out of time here. So we got to play fast chess now. Fast chess. I have very less time. I don't think I can do checkmate in this kind of time. I am stuck. Okay, stuck because of the time. Time is not there. How do I beat him on the time? He has to kill. Kill, Bill. Kill. This is tough. Running out of time. Pawn. Oh my god, pawn will be lost. But it's okay. I have check on this king. Oh my god. This is getting tough. 18 seconds. Timing pressure. Come on. I need to find some answers here. I think I got him. 0.2 seconds. One in the last 2 seconds, the end game. How did you like that game? It is a pressure game, guys. You know, it's insane. Chess is insane. Oh, that was too much pressure. Came down to last 2 seconds. He almost the opponent thought like they must win at least by the time. Got it done. Like at least last 30 seconds. The end game was crazy for me. It's pressure for me. This is easier. To be honest, this is much easier. Your thinking got fast in the last few seconds. Those moves were fast. It's too much pressure. To be honest, I deleted my ID. I used to have my ID on the leeches. I deleted it. See, because it was getting over competitive. It was, see, like, when you're good, it gets really competitive. If you're not good, like, you laugh, you lose. But if you're good, right, why you're losing, each reason, what mistakes you make. I told you, right, it was all about that ego game with that pawn. It all started with that, ego about that pawn. Look at that guy. It became such a ego thing for that person that they have to have my pawn here. Look here, it's all set up here. They had to win on this block. See, it all became about this. Nobody's about attacking, nobody's about this, and he lost track of his queen. Like, he's protecting queen by this, knight, and there is no backup, and he's keeping it exposed here. All because they want to get this pawn. There you go. The cover is lost. And then all you needed was this. This was the killer move. But I think the timing was the pressure for me. So there's your 80. I told you, right? I can see 80 happening from 26k. 80. That is our next master's level. So levels work fine, guys. As I mentioned, right? Levels, there's no doubt, guys. This is why you pay me, right? This is the reason why you pay me money. Master's level was there. It could send you back here. That is the most I could see happen. You are a better chess player than a trader, right? No, I didn't use chess, guys. I didn't play chess growing up. I just, again, same time, right? During COVID, started playing some chess, started reading markets. It was fun. But I stopped playing chess now. It was getting too much pressure. I cannot, take pressure of trading and then while playing chess feel pressured. I had good ranking. I think I cracked into 1900 something. It's a good ranking in chess to have 1900. At least in 1900 plus ranking in chess. 1900 plus ranking in chess. A 1900 plus chess ranking signifies a strong, advanced player, often considered as an expert level by some, well above average, typically in the top few percentile of the players. And it was as I mentioned, right? Then it was immense, mind games. So up to 1800, 1900 is fine. You have fun. Once you are in that 1900 plus, I don't want to take pressure of trading, pressure of chess, pressure of this. This is enough. Live streaming, live trading. So world class, this is what they say, right? World class means you have to be about 2000. So up to 1900 means they possess solid tactics, good pattern recognitions, strategic understanding, but aren't yet world-class professionals who usually starts around 2200. So that is like your Magnus Carlsen and all, right? Key characteristic: strong amateurs, solid foundations, high skill level online, below professional obviously, while strong professional and title player, they usually start at 2000 and above. Another thing I have seen is, playing online is very different versus playing on the board. I'm more of an online person. This board looks like, very easy to me to read. If this board you can see, right, you put it on the table, I don't know, it's the same thing, but, my mouse works very fast, clicking and understanding here. I don't know, it's maybe my amateur skills in the chess. But I cannot trade. I cannot play that well on the board. Yes, is backing. So yeah, guys, this is fine. I mean, I can punch along here. It should be fine for us. It's ideally we wanted 80, but it's okay. Again, one contract only. I don't want to. I don't want to have more losers into end of the day now. We'll have a stop loss below our 80 zone. Levels work. Yeah, levels works absolutely perfect. As I said, right, if I did not have that carryover trade from our morning pre-market show, we brought that show trade from the pre-market, our live stream from pre-market. It's okay, once in a while. It was still Monday morning. We still expect little bit of volume volatility. Wix was up 6%. Who knew, right? Maybe it would have worked out. But yeah, as we approach 11 and as the volume completely dried out, there was no way. I clearly called out at 11:30 or 12. I don't see anything changing in the market until 3 p.m. And even the finish. Yeah, 980 can happen. I can add one more if 80 holds, but if 980 doesn't hold, I don't want to be in this long into end of the day. You don't want to lose, going long, especially when you lost in the morning shorting the market. Now you don't want to lose going long both ways. Even gold short is actually playing out well. You can see, right? That short we tried, it played out. We
According to the
wanted
New York
scalp
Times,
this,
Meta
but it
plans
is
to cut
still
10% of Reality Labs business staff.
okay. There's your 80 now. If 80 holds, I can add one more, but if 80 doesn't hold, it's okay. I will stop here.
Senator Majority Leader Foon says the DOJ probe makes Fed chair confirmation challenging.
I don't know why we did not get the fill. It did tag 8150. That's where we were. Yeah, we knew, right? It's going to be a kind of a flat day. Yeah, if this 80 doesn't hold, I'm out, guys. I don't want to hold this beyond 80s. Because this then comes into 938 all the way into 938. Come on, catch a bid. Yeah, this should hold, guys. If you're short, I think you can look to take some profit. We might get pushed back up. Yeah, take your profit, guys, if you're short. Come on, come on, pick it up. Imbalances are about to come. Pick it up. Gold dropping, yeah, gold is dumping now. I know. We're just little early in that shot. And even if this one also plays out, not that we knew, right? Until the guarantee was there until only 3 p.m. Beyond 3 p.m. it can come down. So it's 3 p.m. after now. Trying luck. Yeah, I still feel like there could be a small pop here. I know it looks very bearish to you right now. I offered you, take your profit, shorts. Last call. Take a profit. News is on. Market on close coming up. Yes. That's why I told you, right? This was your last chance. I gave you sufficient warnings. So is it capable of breaking the structure? I mean, it's up to here we are okay. It's still, it could be in the downtrend. Shorts could still win it. It's all coming down to imbalance now. Binary event. We can bring in our stop loss closer so that at least we are not going to lose on this trade. One more green, one more green. More green. We retest 8150. Could.
One minute remaining for the market on close imbalance.
Mm-hmm.
10 seconds. Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 400 million. Nasdaq 100 sell side 781 million.
Going
Dow
for the
30
midpoint.
sell side 529 million. Mag 7 sell side 760 million.
Are we going for the midpoint, which is 38? Yeah, looks like we are going to go for 38.25. Will it hold?
In 10 minutes time, we have the South Korean import price year on year prior 2.2%.
Dow
South
is
Korean
finishing
export price
high.
year on year prior 7%.
Russell is finishing at the highs so far.
In 10 minutes time also, we have the NZIER confidence prior 18.
Alright guys, I'm out of here now. Imbalance are negative, no point in trying to take a long. And the balance is negative, we know. Could drop into 38. I'll see you tomorrow morning guys. Not a eventful day. Had couple of evaluation account casualty, did not trade a lot, especially funded account, personal account, did not even touch them. Very uneventful day. Hopefully tomorrow will be a better day. Have a nice evening guys. I'll see you back tomorrow morning. Take care. Bye.